Good morning, afternoon, evening, my lovelies. How are you? Hope everyone is well. We are going to continue on this flower road today. Hold on. Hold that thought. I'm just going to move the photo down a little bit. There we go. Okay. We did our center flower yesterday. On the front side, I'm not thrilled with it. It looks great back here. But I said we're going to step away. I'm going to go ahead and do our greens, our little green leaves, and then this is going to be a blue in this center medallion. So that's what we're going to do, and then we'll flip it back over, look at it again, and see if I still don't like it. How's that? We're just going to play with it. So, I messed with my mic, so if it is not sounding well, please let me know. And the cat is in my way, and I cannot see my monitor to flip back on my screen. And that's why my thing is shaking. He's walking back and forth. And oh, what did I just do? Never mind. I'm okay. I'm okay. So let's talk first. Hold on, sorry. Alright, I know there are Google Docs rolling out for all of our info for our raid train that is coming up. And I had said it was going to be Thursday through Monday, but it looks like it has extended to Tuesday. How cool is that? So, I think, trying to think, my raid time is next Monday, 8 a.m. I believe. So, we will be giving you more info on that. It's all about recycling, upcycling, that kind of thing. And it will kick off with Supreme Doom 56. I shouted her out yesterday. We'll do it again so you can see. And let me hide that for a second. And here's what I will be doing. So when I cut worms or noodles, whichever you want to call it, for my rugs, I always end up with leftovers. And so in those mason jars are my sizes, a size cut 3 through a size cut 8. And so we're going to take this rug that says laundry, and we are not going to work with anything new. We're not going to pull out any new fabric, no wool. We are going to design this laundry room rug with just the colors I have in these jars, and we're going to use up these scraps. So that is what I will be working on next Monday on my live for the raid train. So just to give you a little idea, that's what we'll be doing. Close that again. This is the rug we're working on today. It's a 45 by 45. So it is good size. We've done our first little flower. I have all my colors right here, but this color that I used for the lighter green, I am not seeing in my bag. So hold on just one second. I thought I had my act together, but maybe I do not. And I think it's that one right there. All right, got my ladder. Hold on. Gotta climb up on the top of this shelf. I do think it's this green right here. Jalapeno. Jalapeno green. That right? Nope, it's still too green. Let me grab one more. It's this one right here. Bet it is this noble heather. Do I have another noble heather back here? I think I do. Oh, yeah. Woohoo! Okay. The only reason I'm being so particular is because these are the colors she picked. Yeah, that's not it either. Well. Oh, hell's bells, Gertrude. Okay. Okay. And let me do one more thing real quick. All right. That's what we wanted to do. So, we will... Okay. So here is that other one. It's just a little too blue-greeny, I think. Although, you know what? We're using a lot of blues. I'm using it. We'll see if we like it. If we don't like it, what's our motto? We can always rip it back out. Right? Okay. I am not hearing my music at all. Okay, there we go. And if you heard my story on stealing the cat back, it has worked. He is laying right here on the desk watching for the birdies. So, campaign Steal the Cat Back worked. I'm going to turn off the overhead light though so that the birds don't see him as easily, so he can stealthily watch. Okay, and I am just going to take this. Oops, hold on, I have... Okay, how are my volumes all down on my phone? Hold on. Okay. We're good. He's getting impatient. All right. Now, because these are so small, I'm not really shading them or doing anything with them. They're just kind of there. And I have a ton of fabric I'm fighting under here, so hold on. That's the problem when you start working with the bigger rugs, is they fold in on themselves once you put your cover on, because it scoops them up under, and then when you get your hand under there, you're kind of fighting them. this one I need to have done in 2 weeks. I mean, I don't have to. It's for my child, but she's moving, and I would rather it go with her than me have to ship it later. So, that is what we're working towards. Which is why I went live a little early. We are pushing to get this done. Okay, hold on just one second. Alrighty. Are there birds? Oh, your little tail's just going. Are there birds? What do you see? Oh, he's realized they won't come up if he's right up against the window, so he just scooted back. He is so smart. He just scooted back so that they'll land. You are the smartest kitty, my boy. I've got to see this. Can y'all see that? The bird on the... And he is laying there just watching. His tail flicking. He did make an appearance on Toy Rodeo's stream last night. I held him up so everybody could see him. Oh, is there two of them? There's two of them now. If he gets to where he stays here all the time, I'll bring back the Binks cam, but he would never stay, so I quit doing the cam. Alright, now this one, I didn't really shade them or anything because they're just little buds. Now, let's put in our background color, which is this one. I have had to order more of this one, so hopefully it will come in the right colors. I mean, in the right shade. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna outline the outside first of this circle, and then I'll outline the inside. Because then we're not going to want to keep going around in circles. We're going to want to higgly-piggly this so that your eye doesn't go to the outline of the motif, but the outline of, the outline of the background. No, that's not what I mean. You don't want your eye to be drawn to the background because there's directional hooking in it. Want your eye to go to the motif. So I will show you how I do that here in just a few. We're going to outline the edge of this, and then we'll outline the flower, and then we will higgly-piggly. Higgly-piggly. you telling them? No, bud, they'll fly away. There they go. I know, you just wanted to play, huh? You just wanted to play. Tell them. He got a little excited and they flew off. Hold on, I just need to send a quick text. Okay. That's too high because we are right at a leaf right there. But going around the other way is not going to make it any different. It's still the same window. So I'm going to cut this one. And we will just start in here somewhere. What do you see, huh? What do you see? What I want to do with this is make sure that we're getting down into our little petal areas and we're making sure those petals stand out. how are you? What can I do for you? Okay, you can't lay on this one because guess what? You're gonna make it feel too tight. Oh, let me hold you. Let me hold him for a minute. Him needs to be held. Him needs some loving. Him's tail's flicking. He just wants some loving. Yes, him does. Yes, him does. Oh, there we go. He says, no, I really just wanted to lay across your rug. That's what I wanted. Make sure I come in and then back out so we don't lose the shape of these flowers. Do you need more treats? There you go. Okay, so now that we have our outlining done, we're going to higgly piggly. Let me get a drink. Okay, and by doing that, I'm just going to break off little sections. I'm just kind of going to punch. And then maybe go to there. And I think I'll just break this off a little section at a time since it's already got the leaves. So inside this little section that I broke off, I'm going to try not to go up and down or in a circle, but just punch. And that way there's just no directional hooking to it. When you hear me hitting it like that, it's not usually that I'm hitting the fibers that are in here. It's usually that I'm hitting a loop that's already under there. Which is why when you see like that, when you punch, and you flip it over, and let's say this brown somehow is way over here. There's one piece that's sticking up way over here. It's because I've punched into that brown with this color and it's pulled it away. So that is a lot of the cleanup for me, where with tufting you don't have that, right? You go in straight lines, it's cutting it as it goes, so there's nothing to punch into. You're not catching another loop. So that is some of the differences with what you see them do and what you see me do. Child who picked the colors for this rug, she may decide she wants to make it brighter and maybe take this out and put a brighter gold in. I don't know. We'll see what she thinks. Okay, come on. looking better with the blue around it. It's a very quiet, gloomy Monday here. There's no sunshine. The cat is sound asleep on the desk right here. Toy Rodeo's doing his thing. So it's just a quiet start to the week. if y'all can see, but you can see where I wasn't paying attention and I was hooking in one direction. I'm not going to worry about it because it's not big enough to pull your eye there, but that's what happens when I start zoning out. I just start going in one direction. I had to order more of this color. Hey, thanks Giggy for the alert. I appreciate it. And for checking in. You cutting? There we go. Alright, so let's just start here. Here and back over to here. So we're going to just higgly piggly here. Actually, I'm on a roll, so let's just... We're just kind of Toy Rodeo. Do you see what I have?
I see you got the buddy. Him so pretty.
Him's been watching birdies, Daddy.
You been watching birdies, my bud?
Say they come right here.
Hi.
Were your eyes? His eyes must be closed because he did not see that one drop right here beside him. He's missing the birds that are on the ground under the feeder. Or he doesn't care because he just went back to sleep. To look at my picture again too, because I can't remember if this only has 3 sections or if it's 4. I don't think we were planning on using yellow in the background because I didn't order enough. I don't have enough. Now, granted, I could have stolen the yellow from this one to do something else. And that's why we don't have enough. But I don't think so. Thank you, Lady Cricket Bug, for the check-in and the lurk. I appreciate you. here is our center medallion. Let's flip it over, look at it. Oh, the bird's caught his attention. Let's flip it over and see. We have such a big chunk of fabric that we have to deal with. Let me move my light out of the way. And so many carpet tacks. So let's just flip it this direction. And let's trim it up. Now, of course, it's not steamed. I'm punching this one pretty heavy. I want it to be nice and thick, so it's going to curl a little until it's steamed. Move our light back over so we can see it. So there we go. Well, here's what I learned, even with like hair color. I'm not going to judge it too harshly. Let's continue on and see. But see, like I've got the browns right here that are not popping. So they're not making a cohesive outline. Yeah, some of this I definitely need to trim up. See, that shouldn't be way over there. I think once I do some of the molding, it will be fine. Hey, Jamie, how are you? I was watching you the other day crafting. Okay, okay. Awesome. I saw you crafting instead of playing games. Okay. When is... You were painting. I say crafting, but yes. And a commercial. I don't know if you're in the commercial, Jamie, since you just got here. You probably are not. But, so when is your kids' spring break? Is it in March? We'll try to work around that. Oh, April. Okay, good. All right, well, I've got, are you in the raid this weekend? Oh, hold on, I've got to move this back around.
No, because I think we only have 2 hours. So, I was just thinking Thursday to Monday is probably out, or Thursday to Tuesday's out. I have another collab that I'm supposed to do, but she hasn't materialized with it yet. And then I'm trying to get this rug done, but I was thinking, hold on, I'm grabbing my calendar. Anytime from the 17th, well, I can't do the 22nd, I can't do the 28th, but the 17th to the 31st, if you want to do it this month, that's great. I can do it any of those days. I do 9:30 on Fridays, except I won't be doing that on the 28th. But the 21st, I do 9:30 to 1:30. Yeah, 21st. Let's pencil that in. Jamie collab. And we're going to do Ultra Punch with our DMC floss, right? And you've got your patterns now. And you've got a hoop, and you've got your needle, and you've transferred it. I mean, you'll have it transferred to your paper, to your fabric, so we should be good to go. Ah, thank you. Okay. How fun will that be? That will be great. Yeah, and Friday, that I do 9:30 to 1:30, which is why we never see each other, right? Yay! And this is a big rug that I'm working on right here. I am happy you caught me too. I've been wondering about you, if you were ready yet. So, yay, that's exciting. Yeah, and you wanted to do those for Easter, right? For the Easter basket, so that'll be perfect. Awesome. Well, we will get her going so you can have those done. That will be perfect. And you'll be surprised how fast they go. And then you'll just okay. Oh, cool. That'll be great. How did my camera get all banged up? Because I hit it again as usual. Yeah, that will work perfectly. I love teaching it. Sorry, people, my camera's gotten all out of whack. I hit it too many times. There. Look away if it makes you sick. Well, they will love it. So, yeah. So, you just need the cloth, the pattern. Remember, if the pattern has words, it needs to be reversed. I did send it to you reversed, right? Their letters are backwards. If not, I can reflip that. I don't remember now. Okay, good. Phew, phew. Because that's the main thing. If you're going to have letters in it, just make sure they're backwards, because we're working from the back. So whatever their patterns are, that is the biggest thing. And then their DMC floss, their needle, and some scissors. That will be fun. I love it. And I love teaching new things. They call me the good bad influence. That's what a couple of the streamers call me. I've got people doing punch needle. I've got them doing English paper piecing. And then we'll have you do ultra punch. Yes, I will send that to you in an email. Yes. Oh, you don't know what English paper piecing is? Jamie, hold on. Okay, do you quilt? I can't remember if you quilt. Too precise for you. Oh, well then you may not like English paper piecing. But I cannot quilt because I think of it as scrapbooking, right? And I don't want to have waste, right? And my husband laughs at me because I don't like waste. But you don't have to have patterns. You can just do this however you want. So I was trying to see if I have some that are just, oh, here. These are just me doing. So I just made up my own pattern. So this is all hand done instead of by machine. And you have these little cardboard or cardstock pieces that are cut like a, let me see if I have some in here. Oh yeah, I do. So they're just cut in a shape. Yeah. So they're just cut in a shape. And so all you're doing, and you can even just take and cut squares. And then you lay this in your square of fabric. And you can take glue. I take the purple washable glue that kids use, the Elmer's sticks, and I just run that around here, and then I have my piece of fabric under it, and then I just fold it over. So these are all glued right here. So I could just pop it up if I wanted to. It's just glue. Then what you do is then you just start sewing them together, right? So you don't have to have a pattern. You don't have to follow some kind of quilting pattern. This one I was just making up as I go. And so then you put them together like this and you just whip stitch it. And then you whip stitch this side and you whip stitch this side and you just keep building it. But you have to leave your papers in until this one is completely surrounded. So this one is now completely surrounded, right? So I can pop that paper out. And now we're back to just fabric. But I can't do that to these because I need that straight edge. Okay, we can do it. So English paper piecing. Go down that rabbit hole now. So you can make quilts. I've made coasters. And then what I did was I put pennies in the bottom. Once I put the other fabric on to weight it down for outside, I put coasters. I've done the back of a chair. Oh good, I love knitting. Yeah, so I would just take like smaller than this, smaller hexagons. And then I did bee coasters. I did like, it had a honeycomb, and then it had bees in a couple of them, and then a honeycomb pattern in one. Yeah. So, very simple, very easy. Another rabbit hole. And here's the thing with knitting. Now you crochet, so you probably are fine holding your yarn in your left hand. What's funny is when I knit, I cannot hold my yarn in my left hand when I knit. So I always just gave up on knitting until I saw somebody holding the yarn in their right hand, and I went, ooh, wonder if that works. I was gone. I went down, and then I learned to crochet afterwards. And what's funny is I hold my knitting in my right hand, my yarn, and I hold my crochet yarn in my left hand. Isn't that crazy? So, I have, do you know those old knitting, those old things they used to open, and your parents had, or your mom always had all of her sewing or all of her knitting in one of those things. This one, this is not my picture, but I took it because I have one of those old thingies. This is an English paper piece project they did around it. And that's paper piecing. Isn't that cool? I have one of these and I need to redo it. So, yep. And then when you start knitting, let's see if I have. I did this Anne of Green Gables bag. Yep, now you need to find it. And you can do like jelly rolls, you know, that have all the different fabrics in them. And then you can order off of Amazon. I'll send you a link when I send you the list for the other thing of why can I never find the bag I knitted? Oh, here's the bag I did. I did 2 of these bags. I did 2 of those, 3 of those. I've done 3 of those. That's some of my knitting. I'm trying to think how much of what is on my Insta, but my cat's attacking my bag. I need to go back and add a bunch of the old stuff I've done that I don't have on my Instagram. So I'll have to go out and do that. But yeah. So I will send a list of what they will need, which is very simple, for the Ultra Punch, and then which we'll do on the 21st, and then I'll send you a link to Amazon for like the different papers, because that's the biggest thing, are the papers. So, yeah, that will be so much fun. Woohoo! See, you need to pop in every once in a while, just when you need it, you know, when you're bored and you need something new to do. I can always help you out. I can always start you on a new project. Alright, we're looking at these, and I think we're going to go, let me look. Let me look at what I did before. Okay, so we did the lighter closer to the stem. I know. We should. Even if it's just doing our own thing, but being on stream together. I know. I do get tired of hearing myself. So I do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9:30 to 1:30. Okay, so there's only every 3 weeks there's a Friday morning that I can't do. This week is that one, so that should be easy. We can always schedule it on the ones that I do the mornings. We can do one, maybe do it once a month. So on normal Fridays I'm at 9:30. On like this Friday I won't be on until 1. So every third Friday I do afternoons. Unless, you know, if I have my whatever I needed to get done in the mornings, if I'm then I go ahead and go early, but I still stream till my normal time, even if I start early. So we'll do the 17th, and then we can talk about setting up the next one. Oh, it'll be fun. Oh yeah, whatever that day is, the 21st. Yes. I guess I have St. Patty's in my head. The 21st. I have you on my calendar. You are penciled in. I am not. My nails will be green. I don't think I'm doing anything. I always make. I thought about streaming from the kitchen. I do a really beautiful Irish stew for St. Pat's every year. But I think I'd have to use my phone unless I want to move my whole setup. So I'm just looking at this one, and I think I'm going to leave a space right here so I can take the dark and break this up so you can tell it's 2 petals. Are you doing a St. Patty's Day thing? I did a, where's my, so you know we have our laser cutter, and I always have wood that we've taken and cut holes out of, and then we don't do anything with it. What did I do with that? Oh. So I was trying to find a use for my wood that I end up with sheets of extra. So I did this little, I needle felted that, and then used my Cricut and made me a little sign. So I did that on stream a few weeks ago, but I was trying to figure out how to use up some of my wood that has holes in them. So I thought that was cute. So I'll just set it on a holder in my house, and it will be cute. Ouch. Sorry, I just hit the table. Alright. I dropped my wool. You're back. I was gonna say something. I can't remember now what it was. It will come back to me. It will come back to me. So what are you thinking for? Thanks. This is gonna be for my daughter. They're moving and they're gonna have wood floors. So she picked the colors. Did you see the big rug I just did? Well, this one's big. This is a 45 by 45. It's gonna be huge. But where's my other one I was Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So that's what this will look like when we get it all finished. Have a little bit of border left to go, but I had to switch to a commission, which I did. I'll show you. I ran out of yarn, that's why we were on timeout on it. Otherwise, I would have already finished it. So, someone sent me, I'm going to hide that for a minute. Hold on, let me find it. Where did it go? I didn't delete her painting. Well, so anyway, I'll show you. I don't know where it went. So I have a guy that his wife painted this painting. And so then I recreated it into a rug, except I ran out of one color. And so I'm waiting for it to come in. Did you see me working on this one? So I've ran out of color. I'm waiting for that, and then it will be. I do that all the time. I have way more than one window up. Otherwise, how are you supposed to see what everybody's doing? So this one's on timeout until that comes in. But I think it turned out really well. I'm pleased with it. Thank you. I enjoy it. And I have, 100 rugs good to go. For the raid, because it's recycle and upcycle, I've had a rug I've wanted to do forever for my laundry room. I'll show you. And when I actually hook, which is what I did on that rug that you said you want to do one like that someday, I always have little pieces of wool left, right, that when I cut, and so I just keep mason jars, like some of these are size 3, size 4, size 5, 6, 7, or 8, and then the ones laying down are 8.5. So they're all cut into strips, and then I just throw them in a jar and hope to use them again, but I usually very rarely go back to them. So I'm going to do this laundry room rug. Let me stretch it so you can see it. So I'm going to do this laundry room rug with nothing but the wool strips that are in those jars, and let's use up my wool strips. So that is what I will be doing for the raid. And I thought that would be a good plan. And it gets that rug done that I've had, I think, for 7 years that I haven't done anything with. So I am trying to get this one done in 2 weeks, but it is a 45 by 45, so I don't know. And, oh, I just dropped my wool again. It does have a square border all the way around it, but it also has a scallop at the edge, and then the square goes around that. So we may scallop it. I guess it depends on what my child wants done with it. So that's where we're at on this one. And I always think that I can finish these much faster than I do. I always underestimate the time it will take. Oh, how did I get green wrapped around my... I don't know what happened there. I love my Frosty Tools. He cracks me up a lot. And he works. Some of those other bots, I'm always like, why didn't that go off? So the raid is TCC. Supreme Doom is doing it. And I think it starts Thursday. And it's going until Tuesday, I think. Or through Tuesday. And then, so it kicks off, I think, Thursday evening on Supreme Doom's channel. Supreme Doom 56, if anybody doesn't know who she is. Let's see, I'll do some shout outs. Hold on just a second. Bear with me, people. So if you go follow Supreme, she will be starting the raid train. And like I said, it's going to go from Thursday evening to Tuesday evening, I believe, is how it's going to work. And for any of my people that don't know Jamie, there's Jamie. Oh, hold on. My shout outs are on cooldown. Well, that's rude. That is just so rude. And we were just talking about my Frosty Tools, and I love it, but that was rude. Good. Yeah, I don't know. I know she had some spots that still needed to be filled. But if nothing else, maybe if someone has to cancel at the last minute, which I think does happen. I mean, life gets in the way, right? Maybe she can throw you in instead. I don't know. Don't know how it works. This will be my first time doing it. So, I just know that it's like 2-hour intervals, so no matter what time I start streaming, I will have to throw the raid over to the next person at the allotted time. So, But it'll be interesting because you can just ride the train all day and find new creators, and for those that don't stream, and even those that do, I'm sure I'll find new people. I try to keep up with the TCC list, but it's growing. So I have a collab that I'm doing with my next door neighbor, and she draws and paints beautifully, and she just started streaming a couple of weeks ago. And what she's going to do is she's drawing a design. Actually, I was looking at pictures because there was a rug I wanted to do that was kind of in my head, and on her stream that night she was drawing something almost exactly like that, and I was like, hello, I need that. So she's drawn a new one, and we're going to collab by she drew the design, and then she'll send it to me. I'll put it on a rug, and then she's going to realistically paint the flowers while I punch. So that will be fun and different and interesting. And you get to see two forms of mediums doing the exact same thing and the difference that it will look like. Yeah, I thought it would be fun. So at some point I will be doing that one too. I love it. I like having a plan. So we're going to finish this color. I know these look really weird at the moment, but we're going to finish this color and then put in our darker blue, and then we'll start working on our leaves. And I think I'm going to leave the background on this empty and move on to our next done until I hear from my child, because I cannot remember. We picked out these colors forever ago, and she even forgot about this rug until I pulled it out of the closet Friday night. She was like, oh yeah. So I'm not sure what color she wants that to be. I'm hoping a gold, a dark gold, but we'll see. But I can get the flowers done and the leaves. And my arms are just not quite long enough sometimes to reach right there. Oh, speaking of the child, hold that thought. Hold on, I'm telling her I need her to look. My husband and I have been gaming the last couple of nights on his channel. I'm not a gamer. It is quite comical. If you want a good laugh, you should go watch the clip. Okay, are you looking at Rug and can you hear me? That would be my next question. Are you listening to me? So on this one, I don't have a color plan. This, you wanted the white in the background. Were we doing gold here? And I don't think I really want to do like this gold. I'm getting a bubble. Got a bubble going over here. Because this was the gold you picked, and that's not too much of a difference. That's what's in here. And then this is this outside of this flower. And I have this, but I think that's too bright. Unless you want it brighter. Okay, so she says, yes, this gold will work. Woohoo, that's the one I want. But on this border, so let me bring this back up. Hold on. Everybody hold that thought. Okay, so I'm going to expand this for a second. And let's look at this. So we've got the blue on this inside, and then this round area would have the gold background. And then there's that, then the next one is those leaves that go straight out, and it's big. And I think we were going to alternate some of the flowers and do yellow and blue in this big area, and then you wanted white there. And then on this outside border, it was going to go back to the blue background. So we may need to change those colors if you don't like that layout now. See the white up in at the very left edge right here, because you had white going here and blue coming here, and that's an awful lot of white, which is fine if that's what you still want. But we'll do gold here. We've got the blue here. We could alternate and go blue here, gold here, and this can be a square if you don't want me to scallop it right here. It actually has a line for a 45 by 45 square. And we could then take the blue back out around the outside. So, that's what we need to decide. And I'm getting my instructions. Hold on. Let's see what she says. You saying here. Okay, so this is going to be the gold background, this one. So blue flowers, green leaves, gold background. Opposite, exact opposite of this. Then this one, so let me make the picture big again. So where these leaves are going this way, which is the next ring around, it's large. And if you look on the left side of that picture I just expanded, where I had punched a little, we had the white up against the blue. So we were going to do originally white in between all of these. Then that next ring was going to be blue, but it can actually be a square rug, so we could go blue here at the background. Oh. Okay, here, over here. This background we're going to do gold right in here. Right in here. Gold. These leaves that go out this way, this is a big wide border. You originally had that as white. And then the last border, blue again, is the background. And I'm wondering if you want to change that and keep alternating the blue and gold, or do you want to break it up with the white? Because that's fine too. It's a big section of white behind the flowers, which is fine. You want the white. Got it. We're good. All right, I can continue on. I have my instructions, people. I can continue on. All right, we are continuing on now. We have a plan. We put this away so long ago that I'm having to rethink the whole thing again. Luckily, I kept most of the colors with the rug, so at least I knew where to start. And I had punched a sample border, so we knew kind of what we were doing there. So we are good, and we will continue on. So we'll get this one finished. We'll start our darker blue on the buds. All right, let's cut this one. Ooh, thirsty. All right, I'm gonna drop that one back down. Find our navy that I have now buried somewhere. There it is. Or it's not navy though, but it is a darker blue. And it's pretty, it's a heathered. So it's got little bitty tiny pops of turquoise in with that navy. So it'll look good up against the leaves. I was telling my child she needed to go watch the clip on Toy Rodeo's channel where I was horrified because he changed my gear on my person I was playing with. My attack power went down a ton. And I'm not a gamer, so I don't know anything about that. I just knew the bigger numbers were better. And it's quite comical. I run into a lot of walls. He'll be going, "Why aren't you behind me?" So all I do, are you using OBS or what do you use? I don't think it matters what it is though. So there's a one that is called desktop audio. And so I just open a window on my browser. Yeah. So I use OBS. So under my audio mixer, there is a desktop audio. It will play anything you have open. So if you're watching other people while you stream, you want to take them down to about a 1. You don't want to mute them because you don't count if you have their stream muted. But if you take it down to a 1, then you can't really hear it. And so I just open up, I'm using Upbeat, UPPBEAT, because it's royalty-free music. And so I just have it playing on my desktop, and I just have my desktop audio, so it will pick up whatever is on whatever's playing on your computer. So that's it. It's nice and relaxing, isn't it? Some people, I think, may fall asleep, but you know. I like having it, and then I don't have to talk the whole time. So like when you're doing your gaming, I'm assuming you're doing that on the desktop. So like when my husband's playing a game that's kind of slow and boring or whatever, then he'll turn the sound down to the game if he's streaming it on the computer, and then have his music play, and so it won't pick up the game sound. It picks up the music from the computer. So just desktop audio, but it does play anything you have open. So and you do have to turn yourself down if you have yourself streaming, because you'll hear yourself twice. Yeah, I like it. And then I don't feel like I have to talk all the time, especially when I'm not doing anything really exciting, like when I was just filling in. But yet there's still some noise. People don't think I've just muted my mic, which I do a lot, and people have to go, "We can't hear you." Oh yeah. Well, there you go. I get done streaming, I'm so tired of hearing myself. Well, now, I can have full conversations with myself. I can ask a question and answer it. And no one argues with me. The shout out for my channel on my husband's channel is "She Always Right." It cracks me up. One of chat came up with that. I'm like, I love it. Let's use it. Yes, and see, I talk to my, cat like he's one of the kids, because he's very intelligent. He knows. He knows exactly what I'm saying. answers me too. Although he has left me at the moment. I don't see him. Which is why I don't have a camera for him anymore, because he wouldn't stay. Okay, I know these don't really look like flowers at the moment, but they will. They will. Hopefully. So I think there's a Christmas Ultra Punch that I have not finished, so I will get to finish that then on our stream. I have a fall one that I've started and haven't done yet, so I have a couple I can pull out and try to finish while we're working on our stream. That'll be good. Or maybe I'll redo a coaster. I have some coasters I need to do. I'll have to grab some of my stuff so I can show all the different things y'all can do with the Ultra Punch. So many options. Alright, we have a little bit of yarn barf here. There we go. Those are the main things. Tangles and your arm underneath it, holding it down, or wrapped around your scissors. Those are usually the things that I have a problem with and why they pull back out. So There we go. So I always pull my tails to the front, which is why you see me reach under there. I go ahead and push them forward so I don't have to do it at the end. It's just an easier habit for me. That's why when you see me go under here, and what you don't see is that I'm leaning really far over to get around my frame build and reach my short little arm all the way up there. Okay, so we're going to leave that for now. And I'm looking at this, and I think I want to pull a little bit of this brown in, so let's just see what it looks like. We're just going to try it, but to kind of keep that flowing out, since it is such a different color, all I really want to do is like the stem right here. And they may not all even have a stem, right? So we just want to kind of do the stem. I am going to do it twice to make sure we've got a thick enough one that it doesn't get lost. Hold on, I'm fighting all this other fabric under here. I'm just going to pull those loops really tight to make sure they got through there. And then I think I may take it down this center. Now, if we decide to use all one color for this leaf, then we've got a divider for the vein. And if I decide to do it in two colors, then we still have a divider. Right. So I'm just going to pull that really well. This wool is just a smidgen, or this yarn's a little slippery, so I just help it a little bit. Like this one really doesn't have much of a stem. This one has a bigger stem. And again, this is a very old rug pattern, so I did not draw it. I think it's a lady called Margaret McKenzie drew it. I'm believing these were all machine printed, which is why I have the spots of ink in some places. But that will all be covered up, so it doesn't matter. But when you machine print, sometimes they slip a little bit, and so our pattern may need to be adjusted in places. Oh, can y'all see that? Because my light's been way over there for a while now. Does that help? Or does that make it too bright? Oops.
What happened in here?
It's become a nightmare.
Good gravy.
It's all Jamie's fault. She needed to see English
Do you
paper
need-
piecing, and and y'all have no idea, but every time I pull something out, then I just throw it over in the floor to the side. So it usually looks, after a stream, that my room has exploded.
I was getting into a cup of coffee and I was just if you need a soda or anything.
I'm starving.
What do you want?
Nothing.
Well,
I think I'm alright.
okay.
Yes, I'm blaming you. You're not here to defend yourself, so we're gonna blame you. And actually, I'll blame the cat too, because he did start messing with it once I put it down there on the ground. We'll blame him too. How's that? But it does. Every stream, it looks like my room has exploded because I go and pull rugs and I go and stretch. I do need to stretch. Thank you. I am. I go and I pull. Like I've got 2 rugs sitting here. I've got a container of rug patterns sitting beside me from yesterday that I didn't put away before I started stream today. Now I've got the English paper piecing, but I didn't zip it up, so when I dumped it, it just kind of all fell out. It's just, and I have to go after stream and put everything back away that I pulled out during stream. But that's all right. I don't mind. It's just, it does kind of explode. We did stretch a little. I told Toy Rodeo I'm gonna have to do thumb exercises because when I'm playing games with him at night on his stream, man, my thumb gets so sore. And if I'm working on, it's not as bad when I'm working on a punched rug because I just kind of keep this hand flat and then just have to grab stuff every once in a while. But when I'm working on a rug that I'm actually hooking and my hand has to stay underneath the thing, I'm constantly doing everything with this thumb and moving it, and I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna have to build up that thumb because my character runs really, 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 really slowly, and so I'm pushing that joystick like that's gonna make it run faster. It does not run faster. And then he changed my character and tried to make me die, so it's very rude. I'm under a lot of stress when I have to play that game. Lots of pressure. I am so not a gamer. Let me see if I can clip the... Let me see on his TikTok. If I can get to hit that clip, it cracks me up. Let's see. Oh, just log in, will ya? Thank you. What? Hold on. We gotta mute things. We gotta mute things. See what I mean? It'll send things through if it's playing on your thingy dooey. Hold on. Okay, hold on, because we're gonna scroll through. There it is. Let me share. I'm gonna copy the link.
see if this works. I don't know if it'll work.
Oh, well, he would hate me. Your husband would be like, because I'm always like, okay, whatever logic game designers do, it is so not my logic. Like, I will get stuck on something, and I have to go in and go, okay, what are they trying to make me do? Because I don't get it. So he would not like me. I mean, it is just not my logic. I'm like, they said I have to do this, but I'm doing this. And my husband's like, no, you see the little smoky circle that just showed up? I'm like, well, why don't they say stand in the circle? So yeah, their logic and mine are so not the same. And then I get frustrated, right? Because I get stuck somewhere. And then I'm like, okay, I've been here for an hour and a half. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I just quit. But then again, I do run into the walls, or like when we play and he says, follow me, I'm never following. I'm just... And he's like, how did you pull all those bad guys? I don't know. They come after me. He's like, no, you're running around in areas you should not be in. So it's just quite comical. If y'all want a good laugh, that is where you need to go, is to watch us play, because it is. And he's been a gamer forever. I mean, even the 30 years I've been married to him. My character doesn't run fast. It's not my fault. It's my character. It just piddles along. And then, yeah, see, I get lost too. And I'm following the dot. He says, follow this. I'm following it. But you know, there's like 2 paths that are like this. Well, I may take this one, and it really should be this one. And I'm way off somewhere that... He's like, where did you turn? I was following the line. He's like, oh my word. And all of a sudden, he'll tell people, watch the blue dot, because that's me, the blue dot, on his screen. And all of a sudden, it'll just stop. Well, it's because I've ran into a wall. And I can't, or I've ran into a clump of trees and I can't go any further, and I'm just standing there for a second. It's like, oh my word. But at least we can laugh about it. At least he's not so serious that we can't play together, because he's like, you're gonna get us both killed. Yeah, see, they just don't make it for everybody, right? Sometimes it's just not intuitive to me. But I came into the game yesterday, and he had messed with my character, and I'd lost like 1,000 points of attack power. I was very upset. It's fun if I can just run around shooting things and killing them, and I don't have to really dodge, because I can't dodge. So, I can't dodge. It's just a whole thing. Let's see, this one kind of went off to the side, and this leaf kind of went that way instead of staying here. Kind of moved off, so we may have to adjust this leaf. but you do see me on screen. And my facial expressions. So it's quite funny. Me rolling my eyes at him as he explains something that does not make sense to me. Almost there. Almost there. And then we will switch to our greens. I'm going to assume there's one right here, even though I can't see it. This is also why I keep a Sharpie right next to me so we can redraw this if we need to. Yeah, I don't want a lot of clutter. Plus, now I do have someone designing a new one. I got this one on Etsy, but I need it to have a big space, right, for everybody to see. So, yeah, I tend not to do all, and, you know, I debate having you like the games and the pop-ups and the images, and yeah, you know, I've debated with the drops and the this and the that, but I think it would just be sensory overload for me, and sometimes it's too much, and you're trying to talk and people are, you know, setting them off, and that's fine, it's fun, but it's a lot. And again, it's a lot to keep up with, and if something doesn't work right, I don't have time to go, why is that not working, right before I go live, or go live and find out something's not working, and it's a lot. Thank you. It's very chill. I do have people that come in and then just put this on, and that's what they listen to while they're working. I even tried changing my music to a little more upbeat one day, and I found that even I was trying to punch faster, right? I was feeling like I had to speed up. And I was like, okay, we're changing this. Because someone in my stream one day said, this is like visual ASMR. I said, is that a thing? So I just wanted it to be relaxing, but yeah, I was, you know, trying to. It was a mess. Okay. Now let's go back to our leaves. So I think on the buds I want to do the same color that I did in here. Find the right end. On these, I want to go with this darker green. But I'm wondering if I should do a little light green and then the dark and give it a little more dimension. So let's see what we think. I'm just kind of starting somewhere that I know I don't already have a tail. I just try to not have all my tails line up in a row. Because if something did pull out, then they would all tend to pull out from right there. So I'm just going to go around. This one, put this over here because it is not going to stay. All right, and there is our first little finished flower. Each one will be a little different. Flowers aren't all the same anyway, right? So their leaves can be a little different. Let's start about right here. My child is not OCD, so this shouldn't bother her that they don't match exactly. But if they do, we can turn around and make them that way. She is so the opposite of her parents. She has very specific ideas on color. She was an art teacher, and her master's is in museum studies, so, you know, she's very artsy. Which is the other reason she's probably not quite so OCD. Very artsy. Had some silver something that was catching the light every time I moved my head. And it was bugging me, so we just moved that. And I grabbed a drink. Okay. I don't think there's any reason to shade these heavily. They're small. And we've got enough going on with the blues. And I think we're all right. Now, what I will say is I'm probably, this one is just too flat, so let's arch this a little bit more. It's just a little too much flatness. That's a little better. Now they both kind of go out. So let's take my Sharpie and let's do the same with this. Let's take this and kind of go out and come back in. And let's take this one and kind of bring it back in. Same with this one. Let's take this point out a little bit further. And let's take this one and curve it just a little bit more. Let's take this one. Let's come out here. Come back in. Keep that there. Let's just make sure this one comes out a little further. So she may not be a little OCD, but I might be. So I might be just a smidgen. Plus, the more we fill up, right, then the less background we have to punch. Now, I might come in here with that. lost my scissors. Maybe I need to start a new piece too. I can finish a couple of old ones, but I may need to start a new one for the 21st. I will have to go look and see what I have that I need to do. Woohoo! Always an excuse to start a new piece, right? Oh, well, I may need to, well, we'll see. You're going to help me? Yes. It is the finishing. And I am usually, at least with rugs, I'm pretty, well, okay. I guess it depends again what you decide is what finishing is, because like I have a stack of rugs, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At the moment, 10. 9 of them just need to be finished, right? I need to clean these up, get it all trimmed correctly, and then I just need to do my borders. Now, I just need to fold that under, tack it, and be done with it. Trim up, clean up my little flowers a little bit. These two I have to get done. They have a deadline of this month, and I don't know if it's the first of the month or the end of the month, so they are sitting right here beside me. But I have a ton of other ones that, you know, don't have any place they have to be, and so I get the picture punched or hooked, and then I just leave it. I haven't finished them. Some of them are going to be wall pieces, so I just need to wrap them around the canvas and staple it on. Some of them I need to sew down and some of them I need to actually do a real binding to them. So yeah, and it's not that I don't finish the picture. It is literally the crud to do before I can actually sell it or use it or all that. So I have a whole basket full. But I've got the snowman one I showed you, and I've got the one with the cute little dish that's holding the jack-o'-lantern that I could finish those up. But I actually, oh, and then see, I say, oh, I don't have any more. There you go. One of our, yeah, we could do that. That would be a good thing. At least to get some knocked out for one Friday. That would get us to get it done, right? That's a really good idea. And then I keep saying, oh, I don't have any other more Ultra Punch things, but I've got 2 keyboard wrist rests, say that 3 times fast, wrist rests, yeah. That I've started that are anime that I need to do. Ultra Punch is just not as fast for me as bigger punches, and I like the bigger things. I love the look of the Ultra Punch, though. I think y'all will love it. And I have fun with it for small things, but I've done Ultra Punch coasters. So yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Finishing Friday once a month. That's what we can call it. Finishing Friday. Finishing Friday. That is a good plan. Like these rugs that are going to be on the floor, then I have to whip stitch all the way around with yarn to get it finished. There we go, we have our titles. Finishing Fridays. Whew, I can do several of those Fridays. And then as soon as I get the yarn in to finish that other one, punching it, see, that'll be another one that I have done. So a whip stitch is, if it's a rug that I'm going to put on the floor, the problem with old rugs is they'll last forever, right? But when you have them on the floor and you start going across them all the time in one area, they start wearing that fabric out. So they start going thin on those edges, right? So what I do with my rugs, and I've got a couple of large rugs that I inherited that are very nice rugs that are the same thing. I have one under my kitchen table, and as we go across, I've noticed that it's starting to wear and all that wool is disappearing off of the corners. So what I like to do on my floor rugs is okay, here we go, we're pulling out another one, but this is his favorite, so he won't yell. Go, why do you have more stuff on your floor? All right, so when you finish a rug and you're walking across it and you're hitting it, then you start losing that wool or fibers that are on the edge. So what I do is I take, this one isn't going to be a floor one, but let's say it was going to be a floor one. Then what I would do is I would roll this up really, really, really tight, just as tight as I could, and then clamp it so I have it rolled all the way around. And then I take yarn and a needle and I just keep going round that rolled up edge. So it looks like this. So you can see where there's actually a cord in this one to keep it very stiff. But if you have enough of an edge, you can just roll it up. So you can see where I've taken yarn and I'm now just whip stitching all the way around. And what happens is, if this is on the floor and people are walking past it, right, and they're hitting it in the same spot, they're going to wear this whip stitch out and not my actual rug with the wool. And I can always go back in with more yarn and just re-whip stitch whatever area goes naked. And that keeps it from wearing out. So that's what this rug is. But if you're going to spend this kind of time working and making a rug and you want to use it on the floor, then I'm going to do what I can to keep it good for years. It just gives it that layer of protection. So whip stitch just keeps going in the same direction all the time, right? So I pull it under, I come back, I pull it over. I'm just constantly going in the same direction, which is what I do on my English paper piecing. I do that type of stitch when I'm putting my pieces together. use it quite a bit. All right, so we have these leaves done. Now our other one, we're going to use this evergreen, but let's see, because we may not like the whole thing being one color. I'm okay with these being all one color because we're right up against the blue. This, just a lot of leaf. Now these are probably going to be shaded, these bigger ones that are over here, because they're huge. We'll have to do something with them, otherwise they'll look like a blob. We don't want them to look like a blob. And this is a different color from the one that we just did. It's not quite as heathered and it's not quite as blue-green. Now what we could do is put a little bit of lighter green in here. So I have it outlined. I'm just going to try it for a second. I'm just going to put a pop in, and if we don't like it as we're coloring it in with this one, then we can take it back out. Really, I love this pea pod, but I think it's going to be too bright. Here is the one we're using. So I think we'll take the pea pod out, although I would love to use that pea pod. It's so cute. But let's just do a little bit of this, see what we think. What do you think? I don't even know that I want to go on both sides of the brown. We'll try it. Let's see what we think. Y'all even able to tell a difference? I don't know that you are. I can zoom in a little probably with my camera. Of a color change. You can't see that. It looks like a blob. It looks like a blob. Alright. Let me do this leaf and then I'll zoom in on the now what I can do also is on one side of this leaf I can always put the two colors together and punch, and then that gives it more of a variegated look. So why are you being difficult? There we go. Yep, I think that green is too harsh along with that brown. I'm already thinking it. There's something about it and the brown together that I don't like. You know what, let's do this. I'm gonna cut this off right here. And I'm going to, I don't usually use my scissors for this. Let's take that off. Let's cut this. And I'm going to put the lighter pea pod color in there, and then we can look at both of them together. So let's run this one. Right here. actually. I like that better. I can already tell you. But maybe what I'll do, well, I'm gonna leave it for now. I like it better. I like it better. Alright. Maybe. Okay. When all else fails, use your threader. Instead of fighting it. Alright. So let's go back and fill this in. The darker green is not, this green is not going to stand out as much, but I don't like the color next to the other color. I'm going to take that out. Come on, stop. There we go. The good thing about this is you can easily pull it back out. Ooh, that is very dark. See how dark that is feeding into that dark blue? I know likey. I don't like it. I may have to reverse my flowers. That dark just gets lost. Okay, well, I know, ow, she's not gonna like this bright green, but I am gonna use it out here. She's just gonna have to deal. Let me take it out of there. This is just way too dark. So we're gonna have to reverse our flowers. See, this is what happens when you think you're gonna get really, really far, and then what happens? We're gonna rip it all back out. Alright, I'm good with the leaf with just the brown running through the center. That's fine. But we're gonna have to pull all these blues out. Both of them. And we're gonna have some issues here because we've punched into, there we go. Okay, so it won't be as difficult on the others because and I'm going to do a cheat because where I pulled this out a second ago, we will just, once I get my hook untangled from everything else, we're just going to go right into here. We're going to pull that under there, and we're going to take that brown and yank it under as well. And wherever I just did that. Okay, let's do it again. Come on. I know, I just gave you a loop. All right. One more time. There we go. All right. So now we've got that punched back in there, and we're good with that. But we're going to have to rip all this out. We can reuse it, so it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Got some thread stuck here. Here it is. So let's go ahead and grab our dark blues, get those out of here. So something else we'll need to think about on our next borders or our next sections. What's going where? What's feeding into what? Two steps forward, one step back. But that's all right. We want it to be done correctly and to look good. Right. Well, is it as satisfying watching it come back out as it was watching it go in? Yeah, these would have been too dark though, when you would have completely lost this bud feeding into this dark green. So we're just going to opposite them. It's not a big deal. That's the other good thing about this, right? Look how fast I'm pulling it out. It's not like ticking back with knitting or well, even crochet is way better than ticking back with knitting. So if you mess up with knitting, knitting is where I always say, you know, they're not all supposed to be perfect anyway, because I hate ticking back. But on this, all of them would have been too dark as we went around, so it wasn't going to work. If it was one thing, I probably would have left it, but not all of them. No biggie. And that's the same with when you punch. Even with your ultra punch, you could, you know, change your design, change the color, pick a different thing, and it's very easy to pull it out and then reuse it again. You panicked? It is what it is here. I wouldn't be happy with it the whole time I'm punching the other colors around it. I would just keep going back looking at it. So might as well just take it out and get it over with. And the cool thing is, like I said, it's very, very simple to... Now, if this had been sitting in there for a long time, then these holes that you start seeing will stay, and you can just do this, run your finger over it, and they go back just like normal. So unless you start ripping out too many times and start weakening those fibers, it's very simple to take it out and start again, no matter how long it's been sitting in there. Now, I'm going to pull this one back down, just like I did that one over there a minute ago. There we go. So even if you pull out part of your other one, just take a hook, grab it, and pull it back down. So yeah, very easy. It's the backing is very forgiving unless you have done it like 1,000 times and it's just getting to the point it can't handle it anymore. And you're breaking down these fibers, but you just run your finger over it and they all go back. And you know, it's not even, I don't even really have to do that right now, but that way I can show y'all. Okay, so I am going to go ahead, since I already have my gun that's tufting. Oh, hello, I missed a blue. I'm going to go ahead and do these dark leaves since I already have the punch needle loaded with that color. And now that we know what we're doing for positive, I'm just going to go ahead and see. And when you're snagged and you're going to pull, you just want to make sure you're cutting the actual fiber that's the yarn and not the fibers in the backing. Okay, so now we have all the blues out. Because the fibers just open, right? They just move over. So that's all you're doing. Woo. Binks is missing it. There's like 3 birds at the bird feeder. I think he went to his room and went to bed. He has taken over the guest room. When we first got him, I didn't let him in there because that's where my daughter's wedding dress was at and everything for the wedding. And so now that it's free, he thinks it is his room. So he spreads out on the bed, and it's also the warmest room in the house, so that's where he has gone, I think. Unless my husband stole him back and he's in his chair. He has a chair in Toy Rodeo's office. So he could be in there. But that's why I put the bird feeder in front of the window, was to steal him back. Okay. I appreciate the lurk. And I will send you an email after I get off stream. usually would do a lot more shading and stuff like this, but this one I'm pushing to get done, and she doesn't want a lot of colors in it, so I would usually shade these more and all of that, but it's not what she wants. So we will try to stick with her wishes. I'm just saying try. I'm not promising nothing. Oh, I'm thirsty. And you know what? I'm gonna take this. We're gonna go this way with that. I'm adjusting some of these as we go. They're not all gonna be the same. That one was way off. That one was too far off. And if you weren't in here earlier, I had all these flowers done and I've ripped them all out. That's what this pile is over here. I ripped them all out. Didn't like the what am I trying to say? I'm going to reverse the light and the dark. Colors are fine, but we had the dark at the top and it's not going to work because it feeds right into this really dark green and it just completely got lost. So we're going to switch it out a little bit. You know what? I need to put a hummingbird feeder right here too. I bet I can get hummingbirds to come see me. I've got a hummingbird rug I'm gonna do at some point. Maybe we should put a bird feeder camera right here. Oh, oh. Pretty little red-headed wrens. reaching way up here. I have a dove that really is trying to land on the feeder. I'm gonna have to go throw some food out for the doves on the ground. We go through a lot of birdseed in this house, just in case you were wondering. this one got, well, I guess some of these are turning way out here. This one did not turn. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe this one should be turned like more like this. Right? Oh, 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 birdies. Yeah, that looks a little better. At least it turns a little more. See, I think that's what that black blob was, is it got stuck and all the ink was just going right there. And I think this one needs to come up like this. See, this is what happens when you have to start redrawing them all. Alright, we are almost done with the leaves. At least we're done with the ones I can barely read. I am hearing sirens. I'm stretching my hands just a minute. Just give me a sec. I think this one's gonna have to come out a little more too. See if we can get it to kind of go like this and like this. Let's just kind of curve it a little more. Maybe make this side a little fatter. 2 more of these. Alright, we're going to do that same thing with this one. We're going to come over here. This out, but you know what, let's just bring this out too. Oh, I missed my bucket. Alright. Yeah, so see, there was a pattern to it, it just wasn't working on mine. So in, out, out, in, out, in. So the tails or the tips of the leaves are going off to the sides, but some of those were drawn pretty badly. But that's alright, we fixed it, didn't we? It may not be perfect, but it works. May not be perfect. Give me just 1 second. Oh, I'm trying to get out of here. The hatch. Okay, I had to start my rice cooker. Okay, because I will be hungry when we get done here. Actually, it's my Instapot, but I make my rice in my Instapot and it comes out perfect every single time. flower leaf. Tighten my frame. It's wobbling. Okay, I'm gonna, I don't know why this didn't look quite as prominent as I wanted it, so let's just kind of go around here. And just kind of build this one up a little bit. I think this one didn't go too jaggy, did it? So let's go this way. Start here. There, that's a little better. Give it a little more shape and not just be a round blob. I don't want no round blobs.
So I think that is going to do it for me today. I'm going to turn my music off so that I can hear, and whoops. Let's raid. I'm gonna do this. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate my lurkers. I appreciate everybody that hangs out with me. Oh, hold on. Let me try this again. I don't know what I did on the last one. I think it's the same thing. Well, let's try it one more time. If it doesn't work this time, we'll pick someone else. Okay, well. We will pick someone else. Let's see what they're doing. All right, hold on. Give me just a sec. Bear with me. Bear with. Maybe the other one has theirs turned off. I have ran into that before. So let's do this.
It's a rock song. What the? That is so loud. Welcome in, y'all. I really need to fix this. I'm really sorry if I've burst your eardrums. I need to fix my alert. I should probably come up with something that matches my layout. Welcome in, Create with Candace. What were you working on? If you have time, if you have to raid and run, I understand. Thank you for the follow. All right. Like, rug, is it called tufting, or are you crocheting? Or some other art form that I don't know of that would make a rug. You know what I really want? A moss rug for my bathroom, but I also worry that my cats, because it smells like the outside world, would want to pee on it. So I won't get one, but I really want one. sorry that you love me. Change my number like it's origami. I'm sorry, sorry that you love me. Punch needle. That's like the rug tufting, but like more manual, not automatic. I'm in my head. And rug hooking, I know what you're talking about, like latch hooking. I never, ever, ever had the patience for those, and then I would lose all of the, like, little scraps of yarn. Oh, so it's not latch hooking? Rug hooking. I'll have to look at those. Punch needle. I wanted to try it, but I also feel like you have to have a certain amount of artistic abilities for that, and I don't have artistic abilities. I have a skill set that is crochet. I don't actually have artistic abilities. Why? Take a picture of what? Bobby, I'm sorry. I will get so much better at texting you back. So do you also crochet or knit? I'm nosy. So normally, and I didn't do it because I suck, but normally I would say, do you stream? When you followed, I would ask you, do you stream? But obviously you stream. Do you craft? If so, what do you craft? And if you're brave and don't care to share, where do you live? Roundabouts. They're loving on each other. Don't mind my messy bedroom. It's Octavia and Bellamy. That's a donation tote that has been sitting in my room for like 3 weeks. I love the idea of mosaic crochet, but I hate working flat things. Slim Shady, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So won't the real Slim Shady please stand up? North Texas. I normally try to figure out like weird shows that I've watched that were like in your general area. And the only thing I can think of, My 600-Pound Life is in Houston, but I don't know where Houston is in relation to like the state. I'm very bad with geography. I love My 600-Pound Life, and Dr. Nowzaradan is my fave. I used to watch Animal Cops Houston, but again, it was the Houston area. I watch like random slews of shows, binge watch them. How do you not cut the yarn? I don't know, I felt really bad because Ainsley needed help, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't understand tapestry and mosaic crochet fully. I did not check out Extracted because Bradley and I are watching another show, and I'm going to watch Extracted with him. I think I'm going to do some orange with green because for some reason it's reminding me of Reptar. I'm so excited to be listening to real music. I apologize in advance if I sing off tune. It's really bad, but I haven't been able to listen to real music on stream in a hell of a long time. I could, but I'd have to turn my VODs off. Which I've been debating on doing because, like, I don't expect that people come and watch my VODs, if we're to be honest. I cannot. Crocheting flat things drives me bonkers. Go run me outside, run me outside, run me outside. Why do I have so much Eminem on here? And then okay, so apparently the beginning is a lot of Eminem, and then it goes into like Bailey Zimmerman and Zach Bryan and Hardy. Okay. I think I actually used to listen to Apple Music. I think that's where my like 6-hour playlist is. He is awesome, but he's also pretty explicit. And while I'm not going to have the VODs on, I also don't really like stuff being too explicit. I do have very eclectic music taste. For some reason, I lose patience. I feel like when I'm working flat, I'm going much slower. I love Linkin Park. Although granny squares are worse. I don't know, Rain. There are 3 songs from the new Linkin Park album that I love. I love. I agree. Like, I don't think she's that bad. There are some, she does screamy bits a little bit that they don't like my ears. But other than that, I mean, I've not seen what she looks like, but I bet you she's a hottie patati. Is she? I don't even know what her name is. I know it's Emily something, I think. I like screamy music that I can understand the lyrics, but if you're just screaming to scream, I don't like it that much. Okay, we're gonna look up a picture of her. I mean, she's not bad, but I definitely, there are higher people on my women's list. You sent me some Falling in Reverse, and I do like them. But you send me more if you want. I'm always down to listen to different music. But see, that's okay. So I don't know, because I don't know what's like too much information to give out on the internet. But like IRL, I could not see me being physical with a woman. So my women's list, it's like way up here. I have 0 chances in hell with them. But they're my list. Mariska Hargitay, Sophia Bush, the girl who played Peyton. Oh, what is her name? She's married to the guy who played Negan. Sleep Token. What genre are they? Abracadabra. Oh, I'm singing the like original, which by the way I used to think was the creepiest song ever. No, for real, Bobby. My TikTok is mostly women or women talking about other women. Sleep Token. I'm gonna put them in Discord to check them out. Jerica has sometimes made the joke that I always end up with men, but I'm fascinated with women. I think women are beautiful. I mean, I think Bradley's beautiful too, but women are just gorgeous. Speaking of, well, no, if she comes in here, I saw a streamer for the first time today. I saw their face. She is like super pretty. Listen, I watched that whole documentary just so I could see her. Just so I could see the FBI chick. Her name is Loretta. And she is quite lovely to look at. I'm trying to think. Check out Riker on TikTok. Hold on. Okay, yes, I've actually seen her before. There's another one though. I'll send you the next time the other one pops up on my For You page. I will send it to you. TikTok has been kind of stupid lately, though, because it's been mostly about Alabama Barker and the Bad Baby or whatever. But the song is funny. The Bad Baby song is like kind of funny. That she took it that far. But I'm also like way over it, and that's just all that's popping up. Welcome to the team. That's very much mine. And it just started off that way as soon as I reopened the app, too. I mean, I assume it has to do with the stuff that I like right off of the bat. There just aren't too many bearded burly men on TikTok. The few that I've seen, I've liked it, but unfortunately